As the credits roll, please welcome the director of the film. Welcome back, Yona Rosenkier. Rosenkier. Okay, I had it right. And the associate producer, Ben Karniel. Thank you so much for being here. You'll all have microphones in a moment, don't worry. Thank you so much for sharing. And this film is a road trip, and it is really. I mean, we had here your previous film, and I think you managed to capture a side of modern Israeli culture in a unique way. I don't know if this is a kibbutz film or what makes that tone. But why don't we start by sharing a little bit about where this idea came from for this film?
You hear me? Yeah. So first of all, thank you for coming and staying till the end, which is not common. No, I'm kidding. The film is very personal to me. It's my second feature. I have PTSD from my military, from the fun I had in the army, let's say, and so my first film was about that. Was about the PTSD. Which was about trying to explain a mother what happened to her son, and I knew that I wanted to make another film about what happened to the father in the war. And so I wanted to talk about what happened to the generation of '73 of the Yom Kippur War. And in '73, the PTSD wasn't part of the American psychiatric book, the Bible of psychiatry. So basically, people who returned from war were considered crazy, and so they weren't treated in any way. And in my kibbutz, I come from a small kibbutz in the north of Israel, in Kibbutz Yechiam, and a lot of parents of my friends returned from war different, and so I wanted to make a film about them. And it's also a love letter to my father. My father passed away 10 years ago. I mean, he was an amazing person, and he was a very complex person, and he was an Ashkenazi Jew, was born in Poland, but was part of the Black Panthers, the Israeli Black Panthers, and in the poster, it's really him. That's really the guy. And so I wanted to create like a character who was like this kind of Forrest Gump, an Israeli Forrest Gump who went into many stations of Zionism, of Israel, and to give him the honor that I think he would have liked that. Of course, it's not completely true, but this was the two leg of the two ails of not ails, what you said, wings of the film. So one is for my father, and another one is for the PTSD.
And when did the tractor come in?
The tractor this is the beautiful Macy Ferguson, which is the tractor on which I did my license, my driving license. Actually, this is the tractor from my kibbutz, and Israel is a small country. If you make a road trip in Israel, you make it in 5 hours. So I had to come up with a way, a slower way, and it's also an homage to David Lynch. The Straight Story. So it's in dialogue with that film, with the Straight Story in many ways. But yeah.
We saved you the question because usually when we do this, someone in the crowd will ask about Straight Story. So.
Yes.
That was on a lawnmower, as I recall, or yeah, but still slow. Ben, tell us how you got involved and a little bit on your connection.
So we're friends for 20 years, and on Yona's first movie, The Dive, they got into some financial problems. So he called me. This is my other job. I'm working in tech, and ever since then, obviously. We're going together, and also the kid at the beginning of the movie, if you guys remember, the redhead, it's my son. So
nice. And of course, the lead is your brother.
Yes,
actually.
The lead is my brother. I like to work with him. He's a proper actor. He's really good looking, and I told him that he couldn't play the character, so I told him you have to gain weight, which he did. He gained like 20 kilos, which is probably one of the best jokes I ever did, because he's still trying to take it off. No success. So the joke is really like a very, very long joke. But no, but honestly, he's one of the best actors, and I work with him all the time, and I wrote this part for him. And I like to work with friends. And the DOP, the director of photography, is a friend of mine from film school. The editor is from film school. The producer is from my film school. So I like to create like a small company of people that work together all the time, and it makes us because making film is really hard. Really hard. So if you fail together. If you win, you go drunk together. You go get drunk together. So it's a win-win situation.
Seems like it could have been a fun environment, the set for this. Shmuel Vilozhny, of course, who plays the father, who's an Israeli legend in many ways, and this is a little bit of a change from his normal roles. How did you cast him? And he ended up winning the Israeli Academy Award for this.
Yeah,
right?
he won the Israeli Academy Award and also the Jerusalem Film Festival Actor Award. And yeah, he's like one of the fathers of the Israeli stand-up. He's one of the funniest person I know, and he just did a very amazing audition. And he also told me that even if he didn't get casted, so he would like to just do the making of the film. And then I knew he's in for sure. And he was the nicest and sweetest guy, and he's so talented, and he really looks like my father in many ways. My father looks really like him, the French accent and the beard and the glasses, and so he really depicted my father. He gave me a present, to bring back my father after so many years, for so long, for an hour and a half, and we'll be forever grateful. And he really wanted to come, but in the end he couldn't. But he loves New York.
And speaking of the casting, which I think everybody did a fabulous job on this. How did you audition for these roles? Did you have your brother audition? Was there?
No, my brother. It was for him. But I have another brother who is playing Uri, the Orthodox. So he's my second brother, and both of them acted in my first film. And the little one, Micha, who is playing Uri the Orthodox, so he wasn't supposed to really like acting. But after the first film, he really liked acting, so we had to come up with a role for him, basically. But but honestly, it's just, when you write something, so life is hard enough as it is, to get by. So I try to write things that will help me cope with whatever demons I have. So this is the PTSD or losing my father. So it was a way to bring my family into it and to make the journey more meaningful.
By the way, his mom is also in the movie.
Yes.
In the scene with the lemons. So that's Yona's mom. And also the other brother, the fourth brother, is also
very
in the movie.
cheap producing. Very cheap producing.
Kibbutz production,
Kibbutz
family
productions,
production.
exactly.
It's really, I get it. And Ben, where did you fit into the production part?
So again, father of Roy first. So the talent who didn't have any text in the movie, but first of all, friends. So we're all friends and family in a way. First movie was like that. This movie is like that as well. And I would say I'm Yona's secret consultant about issues and problematic. I would say different opinions that he's getting sometimes about scripts and that. So he knows he will always get the most honest opinion from me. I read the script for this movie 5-6 years ago. And it blew my mind, and I think the result is even better than what I thought. So
I'm going to ask one last question, then I'll open it to questions from the audience. So please, if you have any, be a part of this conversation. But I have to ask about the shot at the end, the last shot of the film. I'm sure this is the question you get. This was a small budget film, and how that you took them underwater. That's all real.
We took
in Eilat.
It's in Eilat. It was really complex to do. We brought Shmuel Vilozhny. We couldn't get it because the boat is very deep. It's like 30 meters in Eilat. So we brought down Shmuel like 12 meters, which was like the most the deepest we could, and then I was the double of the father, so which made the directing of the scene much more complicated.
Don't ruin it for them. It was him.
It was him.
Yeah.
No, it was very difficult. It was very, very difficult, and we were supposed to dive 4 times to take the shot, and on the third dive we had a small accident in the deep, and then I told my brother, okay, we have enough. I'm not going. Let's go back. And then my brother said, just let me go back with the DOP, just me and him again. And so they went, just the 2 of them. Like we had some safety divers, but it's not a Hollywood production. If somebody dies, he dies. It's not like we can save him from this kind of depth. So, but I couldn't go. Like I had like a anxiety attack, and like we had like a bad dive there. And my genius brother, he just came all alone with him. And this is the shot you have there. You know, he's crying. You know, just saying goodbye to his real dad, you know, because he looks so much like him. And then he gave me, you know, the money shot where he's crying. You can see that he's really crying in the diving mask. And so he just did it because, you know, he told me, Yona, this is on me. And so this is the good thing that you do when you have an actor who is as invested as you are in the project and can go the extra mile when you can't anymore, when you're just finished. Like you gave everything you could, and so it was very difficult. And the scene is very like it's this boat was part of the Cherbourg boats that was stolen from France. So there's many real stories behind, but it was hell. This scene took everything it could from me. But yeah.
Beautifully done. Folks, you must have some questions, and we'll pass the microphone around.
Thank you. I have a question. You mentioned having PTSD. Did filmmaking come after that, as like a result, or as a way to cope with that, or did that come before?
I always wanted, at the beginning, I wanted to be an actor. And I couldn't get into one of the acting schools. I went to audition with my friend Daniel, and he got in. I didn't. And then I always wanted to make films, and it already started back then. But then I got called for miluim, for reserve duty, and then it was in Gaza, so of course it wasn't great. And then I found myself suffering from like extreme PTSD. Just in the beginning of my film school, and that's the only films I could think of. And so for me, when I was writing my film, it was a way to deal with it and to heal myself. And I don't know if any of you are suffering from something, but writing about it and trying to make a film will make your life much easier. And for me, it was really like healing in many, many ways.
But don't put any diving scenes into your movie because it'll just all come back. We have another question. No, let's pass the microphone.
Oh, sorry, it's for
Hold
ADA
on, sir.
compliance. Just one moment.
That was wonderful. I'm really curious about the scene with the heavy equipment.
Yeah, with the Palestinian.
Yes.
It was a road film. We made this film, of course, before October 7th. And it's a road film about Israel, going through all of Israel. So for me, it was important to show the Palestinians. And I didn't want to show the Palestinians in a way that they were... First of all, I'm Israeli. I don't like to pretend that I'm something else. But I had to come up with a way that will depict them. And I found this place with all those huge tractors laying in the desert. And so for me, it was a way to depict them of people who are waiting for something good to happen. All the promises that were made during Yitzhak Rabin's time, peace will come. There will be the train to Jordan, And so all the peace. And also that it's the first place on the film that the protagonist, Ben, sees somebody's pain for the first time. And then he comes back and he will help his father. So this is the turning point. This is the pivot of the film. And And so for me it was like to try to portray the Palestinians, but in a hopeful way, you know, because nowadays everything is so black and white. You're either Ashkenazi or Sepharad or whatever, but you can be anything. You can be much more complex. You can be like my father, you know, you can be a leftist, Holocaust survivor, but you can try to help the Palestinian state, and you can be for the Sepharad, you can fight for, you can be many, many things. You don't have to be just black or white, you know. So for me it was a way to try and find a way to make complex sentences, if you want, or cinematic sentences about life, and I like the existential idea, you know, of what are we doing here, you know. And so he's telling Ben, you know, your life is going to end soon. What are you doing with this woman that you don't love? What are you doing with, like, think about your life, you know. And it's, in many ways, he's telling the protagonist what he already thinks. This is why they also make the same joke together about the koala, you know, which is the Monty Python, if you remember. So they find a way to connect, and they find it through humor and absurdity, you know. And I like absurdity. I think absurdity is the highest level of art, you know, because you really find the humanity inside of it. So this is the basic idea that it was.
I saw a question up on top. There she is, Caroline Q+A.
It's not really a question. It's just I found it so poignant and also so comic, and I think it's because of the absurdity that you're giving voice to. It was very moving and absurd and quirky in the best way, really. So even though you say that it comes from PTSD, there was a levity to the story that was a nice balance. Not a question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're going to permit that one. We're going to take one last
Statements are
question.
always better than questions, by the way.
One last
so feel
question
free.
down here.
What was the connection with the Black Panthers?
The Black Panthers. There was
Your
also
father's connection.
yeah. The Black Panthers were like were a movement in it. Yeah. My father was on the poster, on the real poster of the Black Panther. This is the real poster. This is the most famous poster if you open an education book.
Was he involved with them?
Yes, he was involved with them. He fought for them. He was one of the demonstrators, and he was a bit dark-skinned, so they thought he was probably Moroccan or something. But he's Polish, so they put him on the poster.
Folks, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're out of time because we have another film starting here at 7:30.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you,
Yona.
Isaac and Caroline and the whole festival for
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and family, ברוכים הבאים. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Please silence your cell phones. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, all the way from Israel, Carole Zabar.
Hi, everybody. על הדבש ועל העוקץ, על המר והמתוק, על ביתנו התינוקת שמור אלי הטוב. על האש המבורך, המים הזכים, על האש עכשיו הביתה מן המרחקים, על כל אלה, על כל אלה, שמור נא לי אלי הטוב. על הדבש, על העוקץ, על המר והמתוק, על הטעם הכל נטוע, אל תשכח, תשכח את התקווה. שיבני ושוב אל הארץ הטוב. לה 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 לה. לו יהי, לו יהי, לו יהי, לו יהי. ואם פתאום מזרח תאור שנופל אור כוכב, כל שנבקש לו יהי. אז תן שלווה ותן גם כוח לכל אלה שנאהב, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, 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 לו. אך בבואי היום לשיר לך ולך לקשור כתרים, קטונתי מצעיר בנייך ומאחרון המשוררים, כי שמך צורב את השפתיים, כי נשיקת שרף. אם אשכחך ירושלים אשר כולה זהב, ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. Join us please. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. One more time. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור, אני כינור, כינור. תודה.
Please welcome the Marlene Meyerson JCC Manhattan CEO, Rabbi Joanna Samuels.
Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We have a great evening ahead as we celebrate the JCC and as we honor our wonderful board chair, Jeff Feig. Kol Achai, the band that just touched all of our hearts with that wonderful medley of Naomi Shemer, will be singing with us throughout the evening. At around 8:45, or exactly at 8:45, according to our very detailed event planners, we will welcome Idan Reichel to the stage for what is sure to be a spectacular performance. But before then, it is wonderful to be together. The Marlene Meyerson JCC Manhattan is quite simply a nerve center of goodness. The JCC is a wellspring of Jewish pride and belonging for people at all ages and stages, from our beloved nursery school community to our deeply engaged community of modern agers. The JCC is a beacon of light in a world that has felt so dark in these last months. It is a gift to be together, to honor Jeff, and to celebrate the JCC. I want to offer a special welcome to one of our guests who's here tonight, Dr. Shoshan Haran. Dr. Haran is an Israeli scientist and the founder and CEO of Fair Planet, which is an NGO that identifies and provides high-quality seeds to subsistence farmers in East Africa. On November 7th, Shoshan and 6 members of her family were taken hostage in Gaza, and they were released in late November. Shoshan, we are so grateful to have you home, along with Adi, Yahel, Neve Sharon, and Noam. And we continue to pray and to protest for the release of your son-in-law Tal, who remains in captivity 240 days later. Shoshan, we mourn together with you the loss of your beloved husband, Avshalom, and your family members Evyatar and Lilach, who were tragically murdered on October 7th at Kibbutz Be'eri. Shoshan, Am Echad, Lev Echad. We are one people together with you. Clearly, this has been an unusually challenging period for the Jewish community. Our worlds were rocked by October 7th, and each day we continue to try to make sense of what it means to live in this most bewildering time. We face big existential questions as a community, questions that go to the core of our identity as Jews, both here in America and as part of a global people. I know that many of you share these big questions because over these many months, we have spent so much time talking about them here at the JCC, in programs and classes, over breakfasts, lunches, and coffees, and on our recent trip to Israel. And as you know, I sit with these questions too. But alongside of those questions, here's what I know. The Jewish people, we were built for this moment. We were built for times like this. We were built for times that demand our strength and our resilience. And we were built for these times when we know that what we need more than anything else is to be together in community. And like the Jewish people, the Marlene Meyerson JCC Manhattan, we were built for this moment. At a time when it's clear that there is great pain associated with Jewish peoplehood, the JCC helps us to affirm every single day the great joy and privilege and meaning that too is associated with Jewish peoplehood. How do I know this? Because I get to spend every day here, and I see this up close. For the Jewish community of Manhattan, we at the JCC have provided shelter in the storm, a safe space to be Jewish, to be connected to Israel. We have done this throughout our decades on the West Side, and now more than ever. Beginning on October 7th and in the months after, we have held hundreds of programs solely in response to the war and its effect on the Jewish people. We threw open our doors for Israelis fleeing the war. We enrolled dozens of new children in our programs. We embraced our entire community in a moment of vulnerability. We sent 22 buses to Washington, D.C. for the march. We have held support groups and ceremonies, concerts and art shows, communal prayers for the hostages, and classes to connect to Israel, to understand how to fight anti-Semitism, and how to better connect to the wellspring of Jewish tradition. In a world where it has somehow become acceptable to bar Israeli artists and thinkers from showcasing their work, the JCC has affirmed our identity as the place for Israeli culture. Other institutions may worry about hosting Israeli artists, but I would like you to know that in 2 days here at the JCC, we will open the largest annual festival of Israeli cinema in New York City with many sold-out shows. And in a world where many Jews are experiencing anti-Semitism for the first time in their lives, we saw immediately that the remedy for their fear and anger was more engagement with Jewish community, not less. As our community grapples with Jewish identity in a more profound and visceral way than ever before, we have expanded the stakes of our tent in an inviting, warm, and open way. And while in the midst of this time, we have never forgotten for a moment that we are also built to be a center of the Jewish values that transform our city and our world for the better. Drawing on our own experience as immigrants to this country, we created and lead the D3 Open Arms Network, which is a neighborhood network of 40 institutions that coordinate support for migrant families. Our literacy and math tutoring program has expanded its offerings. Our newly renamed Jack and Shirley Silver Center for Diverse Abilities has continued to grow, creating an inclusive and accepting community for people of all abilities. Our programs for members of our community who live with cancer, Parkinson's disease, and memory loss are dedicated to supporting our neighbors and their families through these most difficult moments in life. Guided by Judaism, we have built within and outside these walls what it means to be a light unto the nations. Reflecting on this most challenging period and the past 8 months, I'm reminded of a story from the Talmud from 2,000 years ago. After the Romans conquered Jerusalem in the 1st century, they quickly decreed that Jews were not permitted to observe or study Torah. But Rabbi Akiva, unsurprisingly, did it anyway. And he chose to do so publicly with pride, and he chose to invite others to join him. And his rabbinic colleagues said to him, Rabbi Akiva, aren't you afraid of the Roman Empire? Aren't you afraid of what will happen if you live as a proud and public Jew? And Rabbi Akiva answered with a story. A fox was walking along a riverbank, and he saw schools of fish swimming frantically from place to place. The fox said, "What are you fleeing from?" And the fish said, "We're fleeing from human nets that are in the water that are making our swimming dangerous." And the fox replied with a brilliant solution. "Come on up onto dry land," the fox said to the fish, "and we will live together. There are no nets up here." The fish answered, "You are so foolish. If we are afraid of the water, which is our natural habitat that provides us with life, we should be even more afraid in a habitat that surely will lead to our death." So Rabbi Akiva tells us, so too for the Jewish people. If we are afraid of the Roman Empire while practicing Judaism, which is what gives us light and gives us life, we should be much more afraid to do so without Judaism. Nearly 2,000 years have passed since Rabbi Akiva and the Roman Empire, but the lessons that he taught inspire us and they affirm what we do. Being together in community is our natural state. It is the habitat that provides us with light and with life. Judaism and being part of a Jewish community, far from being a burden, is a life force. It is a privilege to be part of a community where we anchor in the rhythm of the Jewish year, where we connect to the richness and depth of our tradition, and where we obligate ourselves always to look to the future with optimism and with hope. It is a privilege to proudly center the state of Israel in all that we do. In times of difficulty, it is a privilege to know that we were built for this moment. Like fish who were built to swim in water, even when there are obstacles, we were built to seek out, to connect, to study, to sing, and to build vibrant lives of belonging. This past year has been challenging, but it has also brought great clarity and a renewed belief in community and what happens within the walls of this wonderful place 7 days a week. Thank you for being here tonight, but more importantly, thank you for being here every day. Thank you for embodying what it means to be built for this moment, because you are and because we are. Thank you. Before we begin the portion of the program that Jeff has most been looking forward to, where we thank him for all of his leadership over the past 3 years, Jeff, there are a few people who would like to say something to you. Three words I would use to describe Jeff would be
Confident.
Open-minded.
Philanthropic.
Kind.
Jeffrey. Ori. Faye.
Likes Diet Coke.
wise.
Spiritual.
Bully.
Well, Jeff's very charming. He can get a squirrel to part with its acorn.
He is the most loyal friend I've ever witnessed.
Dedicated.
Family-minded, for sure.
Overbearing.
We could just use one. Optimistic, optimistic, optimistic.
Zionist.
Persuasive.
Generous.
Jeff is inquisitive.
Soulful.
Malnourished.
Relentless.
And funny.
And stubborn. Did I mention relentless?
There is word, it starts with a C, though it doesn't pronounce itself with a C, chutzpah. And he'll just call up anyone, anywhere, out of the blue. And I've always admired that about Jeff. He's just not shy.
Jeff is a visionary thinker, and so I think that that's really what he's brought to the JCC. He was intimately involved in the excellent hire of Joanna, and since then, there are great examples of that leadership style that have transformed the JCC over the past few years.
Not only have we come out of COVID, but we've come out of COVID stronger. We have had resolve since October 7th to bring our community in greater numbers and in deeper ways. And it has been my partnership with Jeff as our board chair that has enabled me to lead through that.
He likes to problem solve and likes to be thrown in the middle of these issues that are typically tricky and difficult.
I think Jeff is so patient and he's always willing to listen to everybody's opinion before he makes any decision or gives his own opinion. That's what makes him such a wonderful leader.
He builds consensus, and he does it in this very methodical way. Like, I think he first tries to rely on logic, and if that doesn't work, he resorts to peer pressure, and if that doesn't work, he just doesn't take no.
You know, everybody should have a Jeff Fag in their life.
He really treats you like family. I think a lot of people do it to be polite. I think the difference with Jeff is that, it comes from a very genuine place.
Jeff creates a family for all the people that he knows. He opens his heart and his home in a very Jewish and actually very Israeli way.
Jeff is a master of the Shabbat dinner. It's all about community. It's inviting people and new people and bring your friends, and there's always another seat.
I bring all my friends to Jeff Shabbat's dinners because they're just such good vibes. It's like the best way to introduce people to my Jewish community.
Jeff is a super dad.
When I was still sleeping in a crib, every night my dad would sing Cats in the Cradle to me. And he would change up some of the lyrics to include my name, and that's just how I sing it now.
Well, I think leader might be like an understatement. I don't even know what word you could put above that, but he's done so much work for the community.
The song that I really think of with Jeff is the Paul McCartney Beatles song, Yesterday. He may believe in yesterday, McCartney, but I think Jeff believes in today and tomorrow, and that's why he's given so much of his time to the JCC.
The Tikkun, this program that takes place on Shavuot, draws 3,000 or more people to the JCC for an entire night of learning and celebrating and singing and dancing and being together.
There was Israeli music, there was Israeli food, there was Jewish learning and Jewish study and big speakers challenging us with great ideas. This is Jeff's sweet spot.
After Paul died in 1998, a couple of years later, Jeff decided to instill the tikkun in Paul's name.
He was such a Renaissance man, and Paul loved music and literature, and I remember Jeff saying, like, this is exactly what Paul would have loved, an evening to all kinds of different learning. And that's how we got started, and every year we try to make it better.
Last year was the 25th anniversary of Paul's death, and participating in that tikkun was so heartwarming, and it was the most beautiful way to honor Paul, and I'm thrilled to see it continue every year.
When October 7th happened, Jeff really did rally. He got into Jeff mode, and he motivated, I think it was about 17 of us, to fly to Israel on basically 48 hours notice.
Right after, the terrible events of last October, I was talking to Jeff, and I asked him to come speak at my gospel brunch. And somehow a week later, I was on a plane to Israel.
It was the most meaningful trip of my life, and it was classic Jeff Fag, leading by example, to bear witness and to do the right thing and to be helpful.
And then he made it one of his many jobs to continue to encourage other people to go to Israel, to show support.
Jeff represents a love of Judaism and of the Jewish people. Jeff represents the belief that Jewish people find their sources of community and identity in all different ways. Some people through synagogue, some people through learning, some people through affiliation with the JCC. And he lives that kind of pluralistic approach to how people find their home.
Jeff does a phenomenal job of expressing his point of view, bringing people along the way with a great sense of humor, and always putting the JCC at the forefront of what he's trying to achieve.
If you get a phone call, there's a very good chance Jeff's asking you for a favor, not for himself, but for one of his friends. And that's what Jeff is. He's always trying to do something to help his friends, his community, and his family.
He'll celebrate with you and he'll grieve with you. There's really no better friend than Jeff.
You have to understand something. The Feig family has the art of being a macher down to a science. So Jeff's got that knack, and the good news for all of us is he uses it for good.
So I was thinking the one thing that Jeff does not have is a line of clothing representing who he is. So I thought I would design a line of clothing for Jeff for the summer. So Jeff, thank you for always saying yes.
Mazel tov, Jeff.
Mazel tov for all that you've done, and I know you will continue to do.
Congratulations to Jeff.
A heartfelt congratulations and mazel tov.
Mazel tov.
Jeff, I toast in your honor.
I'm proud to call you a dear friend and thrilled that we're able to honor you tonight.
Mazel on the award. Cheers.
Congrats, Jeff. I know how important the JCC has been to you and your family.
Jeff, congratulations on an incredible tenure.
Mazel tov, Jeff.
We love you so much.
And I'm not buying the whole business about he's so bashful and humble. He loves every second of this.
He doesn't.
It's true, he does.
He doesn't. Mazel tov, Jeff. May you go from strength to strength.
Mazel tov, Abba. Hopefully now you can find some time to watch Peaky Blinders.
As always, you rise to the occasion, you persevere, and you leave a legacy. So, mazel tov.
Mazel tov for this award.
Mazel tov, Jeff. This is totally outside your comfort zone being the honoree, but I hope you're having a wonderful night.
Mazel tov, Abba. And sorry for breaking the TV.
I think that this video has told everyone everything they need to know about Jeff, but alas, I will be adding my own additional message. I am so deeply honored to be recognizing you, Jeff, tonight. And I'll begin with a quick story, which is that when many months ago last fall, we asked Jeff if he would agree to be honored, he put his head in his hands, he paused, and he said, okay, I'll say yes. But seriously, can we skip the whole part where you thank me? And as I said to you last September, and I'm reminding you now, there was a hard no to that request. So we are thanking you. I am thanking you. All of those people who love you on the video are thanking you, and all of the people here tonight who love you are thanking you too. Why? Because your leadership as our board chair over these 3 years has been extraordinary and transformative. Because your support of me has been a wellspring of generosity that has given me the confidence to lead boldly. Because you connect everyone and anyone to the JCC, and by doing so, you make our work so much better. Because you are a constant positive ambassador for the JCC, and you never waver in championing our work everywhere, from Toronto to Jerusalem, and even on the Upper East Side. The 3 years of your leadership were marked by the two greatest existential crises this community has seen, the recovery from COVID and October 7th. The wisdom and the guidance you provided us, me, the board, and our community, that guidance has not just carried us through incredibly different times, it has made sure that we emerge stronger. During moments of critical decision-making, you have been present, available, and always able to guide excellent decision-making. You are a great listener. You are an unparalleled thought partner, and you give really excellent advice when it's needed. Your constant support and willingness to be of service to this community is a testament to your character and your leadership, and it's also the ways in which you channel the lives of your parents and your brother of blessed memory. I speak for the entire JCC community when I say that your leadership has inspired all of us. Your commitment and love of Jewish life and Jewish learning are the foundation of your leadership, and it has been a great, great honor to lead this institution together. Jeff, please come up and accept this award from Marlene Meyerson JCC Manhattan with our deepest gratitude.
I'm done.
Have you ever been to the Upper East Side?
Yeah. Thank you, Joanna, and for all those friends of mine who have been enjoying this moment of total uncomfortableness for me and have been relishing in it. Your time is done. We had a good night. We raised a lot of money tonight, and the money goes to a very good cause, and that is what I'm going to speak about. But I want to start by saying, first of all, I have the privilege and honor of standing on the shoulder of giants. I am in the unique position, one that no one else will ever get to be in, to having worked with both Joy Levitt, the visionary who built this space, who's the greatest idea person I've ever met, and who really took the organization from a startup to a mature $35 million organization. And I have the privilege of working with Joanna Samuels, who is visionary, gets things done, has an amazing view for where we are going and what the Jewish people are all about. It's broad, it's inclusive, and it's going to make a difference, not just here, but for the Jewish people around the world. I also follow some amazing chairs, the ones who I had the benefit of working with, Peter Joseph and Steve Rappaport, Bernie Plum, Alice Gottesman, my good friend who I'm so happy is here tonight, Marty Meyerson, and Cheryl Kay, who's the one who really shepherded us through a horrible, horrible period of COVID. I have an amazing board, people who I can turn to for advice, who stand behind me to help me, who support me when I feel really bad because inevitably there is someone who's really, really, really pissed off with me, and who push me sometimes to say the not nice things or the nice things that I need to say. I have amazing and generous friends. I am just, I'm an orphan. I use that line to get sympathy. And my brother has died, but my friends are my family, and I really feel that. And thank you for being here tonight and for being so generous to the JCC. And the last thing is, I got to be chair of the board of the JCC, and I didn't want to do this. It wasn't my ambition. When they said they're going to make me vice chair, I said, that's fine, but I'm not going to be chair. And I blame Andy Applebaum for this. And it has been one of the great experiences of my life, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. So Andy, thank you. I feel really lucky that I've lived a life of incredibly good fortune. My first boss always said, I'd rather be lucky than smart. And I certainly feel like I've been lucky. Tonight I want to talk about why I feel so lucky. I want to tell you a little bit about where I've come from and what's made me who I am. I want to talk about October 7th because I think that is a key moment and an inflection point that has changed the Jewish community, has changed us, has changed the JCC, has changed Israel forever. And it's a negative event that may not be where the inflection turns positive. And so I want to talk about how it all really comes together at the JCC and why the JCC is so important and so critical at this moment for the Jewish people. Because if we make the right decisions going forward, and if we make the right choices, we're going to live in a very different world. Let me start by telling you a little bit about where I've come from. My mom and dad were Holocaust survivors, very late arrivals, penniless to Canada in 1962. My father is from a Hasidic family. If you don't believe me, it fits, right? My mother from an Orthodox family. My mother was a refugee during the war, and my father was in a ghetto in Romania. My mom was, she died last year. She was deep and she was passionate, and she was a Zionist. My father was a Zionist. My father was a Jew. My mother was a Jew. My mother was a Zionist. I am a Jew. I am a Zionist. And so was my brother, right? My brother and I were incredibly close. And yeah, he died way too soon at age 29. But I wouldn't trade the privilege, the zchut, the great fortune of having had a relationship that close and that deep. And that many of my friends here, and of course his wife Paula, who loved him and knew him so well, knew what a wonderful individual walked this earth. And I'm thankful for Paula and for Bram. Paula was married to my brother. Bram is married to Paula. It says something. Of course, me and my parents wanted to remain close to Paula. That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that she wanted to keep up a relationship with us. And it certainly doesn't make sense that Bram would want that. It's weird. And yet he did. And this is us all together on vacation. The kids are cousins. Bram and Paula are like my brother and sister. I'm incredibly fortunate to have kids who are passionate about their Judaism, feel it deeply, and love Israel. I cannot take them to Israel enough. As much as I take them, they complain they're not there enough, and they keep up the relationships with their Israeli cousins and their Israeli friends. And they love nothing more than roaming on their own through the beaches and unfortunately the bars and clubs and taking advantage of all of it. Zachary Raphael Feig is named after my brother, Paul Raphael Feig. The name Raphael, my mom named him after her favorite uncle, Raphael Hirsch Kapellner, who was exterminated in Auschwitz. Zachary made a trip with Paula and Maya Rakoff with this organization called Lev Echad, and to help the Ukrainians after they were attacked. They were based in Poland and they went to Auschwitz. And Zachary, play the video, Davka decided he was going to bring his tefillin on his own, wrapped tefillin in Auschwitz, where his namesake was exterminated. And this is Zachary putting on tefillin and saying a prayer. My son Benny, you can play the video at his bar mitzvah. Benny, did wonderful at his bar mitzvah. Benny has tendency to curse. Play the video.
Oh, good.
This is a Zoom bar mitzvah.
Sorry.
Go.
Verse 9. Oh, 9. Yeah. Oh, crap.
Yeah, so the oh crap became famous, and Benny now loves cursing so much. He did a 1-hour presentation on it and just gave a speech on it as his senior thesis in high school. Jacob builds relationships with everybody. We just had, again, the zchut, the privilege, the pleasure of hosting a team of basketball players, all survivors from the South, including a young boy, 17 years old, also from Be'eri, just like Shoshan. He's a wonderful boy. He was a hostage for 55 days. When he got out, he found out his mother was killed and his father was a hostage. And then a week before he was supposed to come to New York, he found out that his father was actually dead. He came to New York anyways. Play the video.
Oh!
That's Noah.
No! Father, you freaking sold.
Yeah, Jacob didn't let Noam win. Noam beat him. Unlike my friend Shai Schmelzer, who's also here, who came over and beat him 11-0. I mean, Shai, come on. A hostage who's an orphan, you couldn't let him have a point. I also have the privilege of having a dog who not only speaks Hebrew, but keeps kosher. Play the video.
There you go.
זה טרף. זה טרף. טרף. זה טרף. זה טרף. זה טרף. טרף? כשר. Okay. And I have the great benefit of having someone to love, someone who's wonderful, someone who's a partner. And it's really been a pleasure to be in a relationship with her and, next slide, and get to know her kids, right? Her kids, Hannah, who's at Shefa, where I'm on the board, Sam, who's at Flatbush, and Lynn, who just graduated from Heschel and is on her way to Georgetown via the Hartman Institute next year in Israel. Paula is such a part of the family that it was the three of us who traveled together to Israel to bury my mom last June. And I do have Emily's wonderful parents, Miriam and Robbie. I thoroughly enjoy spending time with them. Only issue is Miriam just came back from an NIF trip and I have a lot of deprogramming to do. And they're in the smoked fish business, and Emily finally found a role for me in the business. I feel incredibly privileged to have a real connection to Israel and that I have family there. This is a picture from my son's bar mitzvah last year. Everyone in this picture is a descendant of my grandparents. And now I want to talk about October the 7th. So my friend Dan Senor begins his well-regarded, excellent podcast, Call Me Back Always, with a new guest by saying, "Where were you on October the 7th?" And I remember the moment for me very clearly. I woke up, looked at the news, I saw what was happening. I could not believe the number of people that were dead at this point, and it was 75. No idea how bad it was going to get. And the only thing I could think of is, I gotta get the JCC into action. How do I get in touch with Joanna? I mean, it's Simchat Torah, actually, it's Shmini Atzeret, it's Shabbat. Well, we go to the same synagogue, except she goes and I don't. So I get dressed and I run to the synagogue. Run into the synagogue, people look at me like, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "Where's Joanna? Where's Joanna?" I'm running around. The one day in 10 years Joanna chooses not to go to shul was that Saturday morning. So I have no way to get in touch with her. I reach out to Megan, and Megan's like, "Don't worry, Udi and I are on the case." And within hours, the place was filled with Israelis. The acting consul general of the state of Israel was here. People were gathering, they were sharing news, they were consoling each other. This was the place, and this became the place where people gathered for hours, for days, for weeks, for months on end. I remember coming into the building and seeing the fiancée of the daughter of a very good friend of mine, whose family's all in Israel. He's Israeli, and he's completely broken. A more broken person I don't think I've ever seen. But he just had to sit in the lobby of the JCC because he couldn't be anywhere else at that moment. And Joanna sprung she sprung into a leadership position. We had rallies. We had a rally the Monday night. We had a rally the Thursday night. We had a rally the next week. We started the Havdalah services in remembrance of the hostages that we do every single Saturday night. We kept Israel alive. We ran programs to teach people about what's going on. It was endless. And so I think about October 7th, and look, no Jeff Fake speech is good without a bit of a dig at Moshe. When Moshe and I were planning our Seder that he leads every year, he was saying, I don't want this whole thing to be about October 7th. And I think everything right now is about October 7th, because as I said before, it is that inflection point. And my friend John Bar-Haretz wrote an excellent article that's worth reading called They're Coming to Get Us. And it's about that we are at the end of the golden age of Judaism. It's over. And on that point, I think John is wrong. I think what we do next can make a difference. And the golden age of Judaism can be back better than ever. But it's about what we all do next. Think about this. I throw this out to all of you. How can you make a difference about our future? We're at an inflection point. How can you make a difference to yourselves? How can you make a difference to your kids? How can you make a difference to your family? How can you make a difference to your community? How can you make a difference to the Jewish people? And making these choices, making that difference began on October the 8th. Right? I think I don't have just Jewish friends. I have non-Jewish friends, and a bunch of them are here today. But what I do think I bring to them is I do bring my Judaism to them, and you heard that from Russ and from Mike in the video. And for me, the actions really began the next day, and it began with a call from Mike, right? Can we see the next video? When Mike invited me to that gospel brunch and gave me a chance to speak to a couple of hundred non-Jews about what it feels like to be Jewish. And then we organized that trip. Right? And this is us at Hadassah Hospital as a group. Let's keep going. This is, we met just some amazing Israelis. I just want you to understand, we, and when I say we, it's Saul Kellner, it's Larry Evans, it's Mike Novogratz, it's Eli Elephant, it's Paul Siegel, it's Rachel Bregman. Who am I forgetting? Who's here? It's Chris Falkenberg. It's Steve Hers. I will never live that one down. And of course, Steve Spodek. This is a woman that we met who was a nurse who happened to be on the army base in Ofakim. They brought in someone who was shot in the eye. She was treating the person. A terrorist walked in dressed in Israeli uniforms, shot her in the stomach, and she managed to survive and told us her story. We got dressed up. This was early. This was before anyone thought anything was safe. Spouses were unbelievably pissed off with me. But we went south and we went to Be'eri. And Shoshan, I'm sorry, if you don't want to look, we're going to see pictures of your kibbutz now. Because this is what we saw. We saw actual blood on the streets at Be'eri. Right? Keep going. We saw the guy who gave us the tour is one of the guy who was previously the mayor of the region named Chaim Yalin.
עברנו שואה, לא שואה שרצחו לנו 6 מיליון.
And what he's saying here is, we've been through a Holocaust. This was my home, and this was the place of a Holocaust. And this is what he's got tattooed on his arm. And we prayed. We prayed for the hostages, we prayed for the ones who were lost, and we prayed for the soldiers. And we met a lot of soldiers. And these soldiers are our boys. They're our cousins, There are friends. There are friends' kids. These are my cousins. And, I have a friend, Alex, who I call a Lamed Vavnik, a very special person. And every time Israel does something wrong, I get a text or an email from him. And what I can tell you is I know our boys. I know them well. And we are the most moral army in the world. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that things don't go right. We take no life taking lightly, but we will defend ourselves. One of the things that Chaim Yalin said to us, and it was such an emotional
Thank you for joining us.
And it was such an emotional moment. He said, listen, if we can't live, this is not about us. It's not about Be'eri. This is about Judaism. If we can't live from the border of Gaza to the border of Lebanon, we will keep shrinking and Israel won't exist. And if Israel doesn't exist, you won't have any Judaism in America. And he is 100% right. And so, how does the JCC fit into this? Look, I've told you about my product. I went to a day school. I've got Holocaust survivor parents. I am infused with Judaism. Most American Jews don't have the benefits of what I have and what I'm able to give to my children. And that is where the JCC comes in. We open our doors to anyone and everyone. We offer an accessible Judaism. The reason that Tikkun is so amazing and so important to me is because there's something from everyone. There's serious text study, there's scotch tasting, there's wine tasting, there's music, there's movies, whatever you want. If you're right of center, if you're left of center, if you're extreme left, there, I promise you, there is something here that will grab you. And if you come in for a night of Jewish learning, or you come in to play basketball with your kids on Shabbat, or you come to a Shabbat dinner, maybe you'll start to think about your Judaism a little more and start to make Jewish choices. I had the pleasure, I've been to Israel 3 times since October 7th, once to bury my very close cousin, and another very close cousin, Uri, who's the brother-in-law of Kol Achai, who sang today. And I had the benefit of accompanying Emily, who was on a trip that Joanna led with, I'm going to forget names here again, but with Kim and Jane and Tully and Hila and Liat. And I wasn't allowed to be on it, so I wasn't on it. But it was an incredible experience. And Joanna's going to continue to do those trips. Those trips are being planned. And we want more and more people to do it because we want to create attachment to Israel. Because that is good for our people. That is good for the Jews. And why are the Jews important? Because we make a difference in the world. We have more Nobel Prizes. We've created more medicines. We created Hollywood. We're a big part of Broadway. We make a difference in the world. And we make a difference in the world because of who we are. And who we are begins with community. Begins with gathering together, right? You can only start a prayer with 10 people because we want to encourage community. There are remnants of Beit Knessets, of places of gathering from the time of the temple. People didn't pray at the time of the temple, but it was important for them to gather, and that's what we do. Our day after, everyone talks about Israel's day after. Our day after is what we're going to do next to make the Jewish people better and stronger, and I'm telling you, it begins for us with what we can do at the JCC. So I ask you, please help us. Please support us. Our goal was to raise $1 million. I told Liz when we first met that we would raise $2 million. She laughed at me. We're at $1.9 million. We have, and by the way, that's not a setup. That was the number I was told before I came up here. We need another $100,000 to hit that. There is a QR code here. There is a Wi-Fi. What's the Wi-Fi? JCC benefit. It's open. It's free. You can log on. Please consider helping us get to that $2 million mark just so I can say to Liz, I told you so.
Tell me so.
All right, now I just a word about my cousins who are going to come and play a couple of very meaningful songs for me. So my cousins, my dad's favorite cousin was their mother, and I spend time with them every single opportunity when I'm in Israel. They are children of Jerusalem. They were born in Jerusalem. They live in Jerusalem. Well, Yossi lives in Modin, but that's close to Jerusalem. And their father was in the Irgun. And what I tell people, and I don't know if it's true, but if it's not true, please don't tell me, he's the one who drove the truck with the milk jugs to the King David Hotel. And a cousin of his is the one who called the British and warned them that there was a bomb in the hotel. Their singing is absolutely beautiful. And so the two songs they're going to sing that I asked them to sing, the first one is V'hi She'amda, which is a song from the Passover Seder that Yitzchak will tell you about. And it's important to me because I find it a song of the moment. When I think of October 7th, it's the song I think about. And then the other song is a song of the moment for a different reason. For all my friends who have their children leaving, getting married, finishing college, going to college, or their grandchildren starting school, this is a very special song. Brings tears to my eyes every time for you. So it's V'hi She'amda Nuf Gazal. I give you Kol Achai.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for Israel. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for the Jewish community here, communities. And we know it's a lot that you're doing. And in a personal note, we want to thank you, the three of us, from the bottom of our hearts, for the amazing hospitality that you've shown us since we landed here in New York. We love you, cousin.
We heard so many beautiful words, and I want to share with you some facts and thoughts from our experience and my own experience as an Israeli. On October 7th, as the sirens went off, each one of us had a child that packed his bag, left home, and went as a soldier in the IDF to protect our country. Boaz's daughter Avital, Yossi's son Tomer, my son Yonatan, and my son-in-law also named Tomer. It's been rough. You cannot imagine the daily and nightly fear as you hear about all the soldiers that unfortunately are being killed and getting wounded. Every phone call, and worse, every time the doorbell rings, a fright fills your body. Is this the bad news we have been fearing? And then, after 3.5 months, the call came. But on the other side was my son, Yonatan. Excuse me if I'm getting emotion. It began with, Abale, ani beseder. Daddy, I'm okay. But I could hear that he was not okay. A parent knows those words, I'm okay, are never the honest words. He was badly injured. A commander in the paratroopers brigade, Hamas launched an RPG at a location they were clearing, and shrapnel was embedded in my Yonatan's body. As a proud father, I will share with you that even with his injury, while bleeding profusely, he calmly and heroically focused on saving his friend who also was hit, placing a tourniquet for him while they were being airlifted to Sheba Hospital in Israel. We are full of gratitude to Hashem for being there with Yonatan and for saving him. There is a straight line of Jewish fighters that goes from King David to the Maccabees, to the Holocaust ghetto fighters, to the Israeli underground freedom fighters, which include our father, to the brave soldiers in all Israel's previous wars, and to our kids fighting today. But today, it isn't just Israel under attack. We watch in horror as America, Europe, and the rest of the world are consumed with anti-Semitism. We worry about you. Will you be safe? We also recognize that your continuous support, our American Jewish brothers and sisters, is a major factor in our strength. The work you all have done and are doing to help Israel, and just as importantly, to keep Judaism strong in America, is crucial and greatly appreciated. We belong to a people that every year at the Pesach Seder keeps telling their children from generation to generation about those who want to destroy us as a people and fail. V'hi she'amda la'avoteinu. And here we still are singing, and the past of our nation is holding us in one hand, and the future of our nation in the other. And that's how we manage not to fall. May Hashem watch over our kids who are today, this minute, fighting in Gaza. May Hashem watch over the JCC and protect you as you do your important work. Let us all pray for our wounded soldiers' complete recovery. Let us pray for the safe return of all the hostages. And let us be encouraged by these ancient words as we sing this song of belief, of survival, and of hope. והיא שעמדה לאבותינו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, עמד עלינו לכלותנו. והיא שעמדה לאבותינו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, עמד עלינו לכלותנו. והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו בידם. והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו בידם. לאבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד לבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, עמד עלינו לכלותנו. והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו בידם. והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו
לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא יצילנו מידם. Deliver us, hear our call, deliver us, Lord of all, remember us. You saved us from their hand. Deliver us. There's a land you promised us. So bring them home to the promised land. והקדוש ברוך הוא יצילנו, יצילנו
תודה. תודה רבה.
עוף גוזל, חתוך את השמיים, טוס לאן שבא לך, רק אל תשכח, יש נשר בשמיים, גור לך. הגוזלים שלי עזבו את הקר, פרסו כנפיים ועפו, ואני ציפור זקנה נשארתי בקן, מקווה מאוד שהכל יהיה בסדר. ידעתי שיבוא היום, יבוא היום שבו צריך להיפרד, אבל עכשיו זה ככה בא לי פתאום. אז מה הפלא שאני קצת דואג? עוף גוזל, חתוך את השמיים, טוס לאן שבא לך, בא לך, אל תשכח, יש נשר בשמיים, גור לך. עכשיו נשארנו לבדנו בקן, אבל אנחנו ביחד. חבקי אותי חזק, תגידי לי כן, אל תדאגי, ביחד כיף להזדקן. עוף גוזל, חתוך את השמיים, טוס
לאן שבא לך, אל תשכח, יש נשר בשמיים, גור לך. אני יודע שככה זה בטבע, וגם אני עזבתי כן, אבל עכשיו כשבא הרגע אז מחניק קצת בגרון, מחניק קצת בגרון, רוב גוזל חתוך את השמיים, טוס לאן שבא לך, רק אל תשכח, יש נשר בשמיים, גור לך. רוב גוזל חתוך את השמיים, טוס לאן שבא לך, רק אל תשכח, יש נשר בשמיים, גור לך, גור לך. פרסו כנפיים ועפו.
תודה, לילה טוב.
Okay, the tears are streaming down my face. Kol Achai, thank you so much for those stirring renditions of Ahisha Amda and Uf Gazal. And Jeff, thank you so much for your moving words, for your video skills, and for your leadership at the JCC for so many years. In just a moment, we will invite to the stage Israeli global music icon Idan Reichel. Yes, oh my God. It's going to be amazing. Idan is a producer, a keyboardist, a lyricist, a composer, and a performer who has brought his soul-stirring music to some of the world's biggest stages and to this very special stage as well. As a leader of the Idan Reichel project, he is a musical ambassador. He represents a hopeful world in which artistic collaboration breaks down barriers between people of different backgrounds and beliefs. We are so honored that he's with us tonight. He will be here in just a moment as soon as we redo whatever is happening to the piano. And he will be up here in just a moment. Thank you so much to everyone for being patient as we change over the set. I wish I had some jokes in my back pocket. No. But really, I can say I just have enormous gratitude for everyone who's here this evening, who's been part of this wonderful program, and of course, all of us here celebrating Jeff and his incredible leadership and the generosity that has allowed us to have a record-breaking benefit for the JCC, which is an amazing, amazing achievement. Wonderful to be together. Idan will be with us in just a moment.
כל יום שעובר מאבד אותך יותר, מתרחקת מחיי, מחפשת לבדך את הדרכים החדשות ואת הכוח לשנות, להתחיל מההתחלה, לגלות עולם חדש, עכשיו למצוא את המילים כדי לקרב את המרחק בינינו. שעובר מאבד אותך יותר, מתרחקת מחיי, מחפשת לבדך את הדרכים החדשות ואת הכוח לשנות, להתחיל מההתחלה, לגלות עולם חדש, עכשיו למצוא את המילים כדי לקרב את המרחק בינינו. רק שתחזרי אליי, אצא מדעתי, אין לי יום ולילה, כשאת לא כאן לצידי, תני לי סימן אם את שומעת את קולי. כמה דמעות זלגו אף פעם לא תדעי, מרוב החיפושים איבדתי את עצמי כל לילה. שעובר מאבד אותך יותר, מתרחקת מחיי, מחפשת לבדך את הדרכים החדשות ואת הכוח לשנות, להתחיל מההתחלה, לגלות עולם חדש, עכשיו למצוא את המילים כדי לקרב את המרחק בינינו, עד שתחזרי אליי, אצא מדעתי, אין לי יום ולילה, כשאת לא כאן לצידי, תני לי סימן אם את שומעת את קולי. בחוץ עולה האור אבל הכל קבע בלב שלי, כמה דמעות זלגו אף פעם לא תדעי, מרוב החיפושים איבדתי את עצמי כל לילה.
I was supposed to play a piano solo today. Then I got a call from an old friend from Israel. We were in the army together many years ago. And he's a brilliant musician who lives here in New York for many years. And I'm very proud of him because he's not afraid to speak out and to say what many other musicians are not saying, or even causing damage to our country, selling out our country for random gigs. And when he's saying loud what he thinks that right and what I agree with him, so he's being cancelled. And I thought it's a good opportunity just to play together, to play the moment. So this is without rehearsal, so we're just playing the whole. ככה, מי ישמע אותי בסוף היום, מי ינחם ויביע, רק אתה יודע. אם תלך למי יחכה בחלום, בשמלה שלך כשיגיע, יחבק אותי ככה, כמו שאתה מגיע.
שלך כשיגיע, יחבק אותי ככה, כמו שאתה מגיע. כשתלך לשמש אצל השדה המוזר, בוקר וערב, ירח יאיר את פניי שחולמות כל היום רק עליך. כשתבוא תישא אותי בשתי ידיך, משדה לנהר תרחץ את פניי ותגיד לי מילים כמו שרק אתה יודע. בסוף היום כמו שאתה מגיע, שיבוא ויחבק אותי ככה כמו שאתה מגיע. כמו שאתה מגיע.
It's a dilemma in Israel. When is the right time to have concerts? Of course, from October 7th evening, I got into my car with a guitar, I put there a blanket, and I drove a few days all over the country. And just visiting the survivor centers, and soldiers and hospitals, and it was mostly silent. There was no singing in the beginning. After many months, people were asking when's the right time to have concerts, if it's time for kind of escapism, just to run away a bit. For me, it's always just to take 2 hours break, to recharge and to continue our struggle. So also in Israel, when we play, it just, I don't call it concerts. It's 2 hours to breathe, to continue our work that has to be done. On October 11th, I got with my car at, it was 1 a.m. or already 12, but I got 200 meters from the border of Egypt to the survivor center of near Oz. That almost half of the kibbutz they got slaughtered, and a lot of them were missing 4 days after the catastrophe. And I came to visit my friend that his brother was kidnapped and his mother was badly wounded. And we were there at 1 a.m. And there was completely silent. It's a community in trauma. And then we sat there almost in silence till 3 a.m. And around 3 a.m. they asked me, Eilat, can you sing with us? And I thought to myself, this is the first song. This is the first song after October 7th. What will you sing? What will be the first song after October 7th for such a sad, broken community? So I took the guitar at 3 a.m. and we started singing very, very, very slowly and very silently. I'll sing for you. You can sing with me. Reminds me that David Grossman, in his eulogy for his son, he's saying that he waited the whole night to wake up the younger sister Ruti to tell her that her beloved brother got killed. And when he woke her up, he said that Ruti Uri got killed. The first sentence that she said, "But we're gonna live, right? And I want to continue singing in my choir." She was 6 or 7. And when I came to visit on October 12th, the family of Itai Moreno, who got killed in battles in Zikim, when I opened the door, Noah, the younger sister, said to me, "Ida, thank you for coming. I have a concert in my choir in 2 months. Will you come?" So I thought about it. It's interesting. I thought that all these kids with their emotional intelligence, they're telling us when you all finish with this thing that you're doing. Remember that we are kids, and we want to live, and we want to sing. So I think that with your singing of Inemat Romanayim, we're singing as a choir, also for Noah Moreno, and also for Ruti Grossman. So thank you for singing with me. You know what? I'll invite another friend that is here today. Please welcome the great Ada Pasternak. Okay, אבל זה יכול להתחבר בתור הזה? I think so. Oh, we'll find. Okay. Yeah. So also, we've been texting, and then I realized that Ada is in town, so I asked her to join today. So lucky you, she agreed. Yeah. And I told you about my friend, but I didn't tell his name. Yona Rosenkier.
What are we playing?
ניתתי כבר שבוע, ביקשתי את שאהבה נפשי ולא מצאתי. חיפשתי בין כל רחובות העיר העמוסה שקרים הזאת ולא מצאתי. בצהרוני השומרים הסובבים בעיר החרבי כמעט ולא מצאתי אותו, אך לא הרבה ממנו עד שאביו אל תוכי אל בית אמי ואל חדרי מיטתי. הינך יפה יתי ושפתותייך חודשני, שינייך לבנות כמו הלבנה, מי זאת עולה מן המדבר בארץ רחוקה, נישאת על כנף ציפור אולי הגיעה אל ביתי. ניתתי כבר שבועות, ביקשתי את שאהבה נפשי ולא מצאתי. חיפשתי בין כל רחובות העיר העמוסה שקרים הזאת ולא מצאתי בצעוני השומרים הסובבים בעיר החרובי כמעט ולא מצאתי אותו אך נרפה ממנו עד שאביאו אל תוכי אל בית אמי ואל חדרי אל מיטתי הינך יפה יתי ושפתותייך חוט שני שינייך לבנות כמו הלבנה היא זאת עולה מן המדבר מארץ רחוקה נישאת על כנף ציפור גדולה הגיעה אל ביתי הינך יפה יתי אני נגנב משתי עינייך ששורפות אותי כאש הלהבה היא זאת עולה מן המדבר מארץ רחוקה נישאת על כנף ציפור גדולה הגיעה אל ביתי היא זאת עולה מן המדבר מארץ רחוקה נישאת על כנף ציפור גדולה הגיעה אל ביתי להתחיל להסתדר ולעשות קצת רעש אולי מקום אחר, מקום יותר בוער להתחיל קצת לקלקל ולתקן עוד פעם של החיים לחיות את הרגע להתחיל לאסוף את השברים אולי יצא יותר להתחיל קצת למען להתחיל להסתדר ולעשות קצת רעש אולי מקום אחר להתחיל קצת לקלקל ולתקן עוד פעם אולי יצא יותר להתחיל קצת למהר, להתחיל להסתדר ולעשות קצת רעש. אולי מקום אחר, מקום יותר בוער, להתחיל קצת לקלקל ולתקן אותך.
I thought you should stay with us.
You want me to stay with you?
Of course you want us to stay.
All right, I'll stay. Convince me.
If you need to go, I don't know.
ממעמקים קראתי אלייך, בואי אליי, שובך החזור, שוב האור בעיניי, לא גמור לא עוזב המגע בידייך, שיבוא ויעיר למשמע כל צחוקך. ממעמקים קראתי אלייך, בואי אליי, מן ירח מאיר את דרכך שוב אליי, נפרסו ונמסו מול מגע של ידייך, באוזנייך לוחש שוער. מי זה קורא לך הלילה, תקשיבי, מי שר בקול אלייך אל חלונך, מי שם נפשו שתהיי מאושרת, מי ישים יד ויבנה ביתך, מי ייתן חייו ישים נעמי תחתייך, מי כעפר לרגלייך יחיה, מי יאהבך עוד מכל אוהבייך, מי מכל רוח רעה יצילך ממעמקים. ממעמקים קראתי אלייך, בואי אליי, מול ירח מאיר את דרכך שוב אליי, נפרסו ונמסו מול מגע של ידייך, באוזנייך לוחשת. מי זה קורא לילה, הקשיבי, מי שר בקול אלייך אל חלונך, מי שם נפשו שתהיי מאושרת, מי ישים יד ויבנה את ביתך, מי ייתן חייו ישים נעמי תחתייך, מי כעפר לרגלייך יחיה, מי יאהבך עוד מכל אוהבייך, מי מכל רוח רעה יצילך ממעמקים. נפשו שתהי מאושרת ומי ישים יד ויבנה את ביתך ומי ייתן חייו ישימה מתחתייך מכעפר לרגלייך יחייני יובך עוד מכל אוהבייך מי מכל רוח בארץ ילך מי זה קורא לך הלילה הקשיבי מי שר בקול אלייך אל חלומך מי שם נפשו שתהי מאושרת מי ישים יד ויבנה את ביתך מי ייתן חייו ישימה מתחתייך מי כעפר ברגלייך יחיה מי יאהבך עוד מכל אוהבייך מי מכל רוח רעה יצילך מן העמקים Two weeks ago, I played at MIT University in Boston. I took just a flight. I came in the morning, played in the afternoon, talked to the students, and took a flight back home. And when they asked me why I'm doing all this road, just to speak with the students and to come back, I said to them that it wasn't always like that. But since October 7th, we feel it more. That what we call arvut adadit. We feel that what is happening for our youngsters, for our students in the universities is something that we are responsible to support. Same like we're getting the support from all the Jewish world to what happened. The amount, thousands of people who are coming to Israel to volunteer, to know that we are one big family. It was always like that, but sometimes we need tragedies to remember it and to know that we are all one. Mishpucha. Yeah. So they tell me very often that I don't explain about the songs between the songs. So I wanted to say that the last song was in Hebrew. לא לפחד להתאהב, שישבר הלב, לא לפחד בדרך לאבד. לקום כל בוקר ולצאת אל החיים ולנסות הכל לפני שיגמר. לחפש מאיפה באנו ולחזור בסוף תמיד להתחלה. למצוא בכל דבר עוד יופי ולרקוד עד שנופלים מעייפות או אהבה. מכל הרגעים בזמן למצוא אחד לחוז בו, להגיד שהגענו, תמיד לזכור רגע לעצור, להודות על מה שיש ומאיפה שבאנו, לחבק אותה בלילה כשהיא נרדמת אז כל העולם נרגע, לנשום אותה עמוק לדעת שתמיד אני אהיה שם בשבילה. לחפש מאיפה באנו ולחזור בסוף תמיד להתחלה. למצוא בכל דבר עוד יופי ולרקוד עד שנופלים מעייפות או אהבה. מכל הרגעים בזמן למצוא אחד לחוז בו להגיד שהגענו, תמיד לזכור רגע לעצור ולהודות על מה שיש מאיפה שבאנו, לחבק אותה בלילה כשהיא נרדמת אז כל העולם נרגע, לנשום אותה עמוק לדעת שתמיד אני אהיה שם בשבילה, לחבק אותה בלילה כשהיא נרדמת אז כל העולם נרגע, לנשום אותה עמוק לדעת שתמיד אני אהיה שם בשבילה.
I'll sing for you another one that you'll sing with me for the choir of Noah and Uti.
מבטיח שאף פעם לא תהיי לבד. אם פתאום תעלמי אחכה כל הלילה ואלחש בתפילה שאליי תחזרי. ואם תבואי אליי יישאר כל הלילה ואלחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי נישאר ביחד הולכים את הדרך היצור לתמיד יד ביד. ואם תבואי אליי נישאר כל הלילה ואלחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי נישאר ביחד הולכים את הדרך הזו לתמיד יד ביד. ואני תמיד חיכיתי לך, הנה היום הזה הגיע. עכשיו מבטיח שאף פעם לא תהיי לבד. אם פתאום תעלמי אחכה כל הלילה ואלחש בתפילה שאליי תחזרי. ואם תבואי אליי נישאר כל הלילה ואלחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי נישאר ביחד הולכים את הדרך הזו לתמיד יד ביד. ותבואי אליי שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי נישאר ביחד הולכים את הדרך הזו לתמיד יד ביד. I'll play for you. Yotam, can you play guitar? Just.
I read your mind already.
All right. Just.
שבט אחים? היה כבר.
שבט אחים ואחיות, you mean? It's another שבט אחים. It's the same tribe. שבעים שנה במכונית אני נוסע ומביט על מה היה ומה נהיה ואיך נפשי עוד הומייה מהצדה של הזריחות ירושלים בסליחות ברחוב כנרת ואכסיב מהמציאות
Idan, toda raba. Joanna and we have a lot of thank yous. First, I hope that the Ufgazal, I mean, we had 100 pictures. I know a lot of you missed the pictures of your kids, but trust me, they were there. There were probably 500 kids in the pictures, and all the credit for that goes to my friend Dan Rose, who's done every video. Idan, that was a fantastic performance. I just want you to know, Miaish is a song that I remember learning when I was 6 or 7 years old. I don't think I've heard it since, and to hear you sing it with my cousin Yitzchak, it was amazing, and I thank you so much for it. Kol Achai, my cousins, an amazing performance. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, we're going to do a tikva right after Joanna does thank yous. We'll do a tikva. I just want to say one thing about my cousins. They were so excited when they heard that my good friend Ambassador Gilad Erdan would be here, and their first thing is, do you think we could convince him to be Prime Minister? So I'm not getting involved in politics. Those are their words.
It's easier than convincing others to stay in.
And I really want to thank, a lot of people made a trip. My friend Russ is here from London, Paula and Bram and Danny, Yulia, and are here from Toronto. And my friend Bruce, whose mother's funeral I went to maybe 10 days ago, still got on the plane. Some of us are going to have to stay back and do Mariv with him. But Brucey, wherever you are, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you to the team who put this wonderful evening together. And I'm getting some strong hand motions here. No? We're good. Okay. All right. I want to thank Liz. Woo! Amazing. And Megan, Lucy and Nikki and Ashley, Barry, Jess, Lauren, Lorraine, Carlos, Matt, Jeff, and Sam for making this evening so amazing, as well as our entire facilities, maintenance, and security teams who really made such a special event. I want to thank Kol Achai for being with us and bringing so many brachot just with your presence. Thank you, Idan Reichel. Amazing. Thank you so much to Jeff for making this, I believe, one of the most successful benefits, if not the most successful benefit. The most successful benefit in JCC history. Both, I would say, from a financial perspective, which is so important, and also just from the incredible ruach, the spirit in this room, which just really fills all of our hearts. Thank you so much. And thank you, all of you, to being with us. What an honor to spend this evening together. Don't be a stranger, whether you live on the west side, the east side, Toronto, wherever else. Let this be a place that is home for you. Thank you very, very, very much. We're going to conclude actually by singing together Hatikva, and so I want to ask everyone just to remain standing.
כל עוד בלבב פנימה נפש יהודי יומיה ולפתי מזרח קדימה לציון צופיה תקווה בת שנות 2000 להיות עם חופשי בארצנו ארץ ציון ירושלים להיות עם חופשי בארצנו ארץ ציון
One last thing I want to say, if you enjoyed the music at the cocktail hour, our personal music curator, Raquel Smith-Hers, curated it all. We're going to send everyone a link so you can have the wonderful music. All right, everybody, Shavua Tov, have a great week.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Dessert is served in the lobby as you exit.
Thank you, folks. As the credits roll, please welcome the director of the film. Welcome back, Yona Rosenkier. Rosenkier. Okay, I had it right. And the associate producer, Ben Karniel. Thank you so much for being here. You'll all have microphones in a moment, don't worry. Thank you so much for sharing, and this film is a road trip, and it is really, I mean, we had here your previous film, and I think you managed to capture a side of modern Israeli culture in a unique way. I don't know if this is a kibbutz film or what makes that tone, but why don't we start by sharing a little bit about where this idea came from for this film.
You hear me? Yeah. So first of all, thank you for coming and staying till the end, which is not common. No, I'm kidding. The film is very personal to me. It's my second feature. I have PTSD from my military, from the fun I had in the army, let's say. And so my first film was about that, was about the PTSD, which was about trying to explain a mother what happened to her son. And I knew that I wanted to make another film about what happened to the father in the war. And so I wanted to talk about what happened to the generation of 73 of the Yom Kippur War. And in 73, the PTSD wasn't part of the American psychiatric book, the Bible of psychiatry. So basically, people who returned from war were considered crazy, and so they weren't treated in any way. And in my kibbutz, I come from a small kibbutz in the north of Israel, in Kibbutz Yechiam, and a lot of parents of my friends returned from war different, and so I wanted to make a film about them. And it's also a love letter to my father. My father passed away 10 years ago. I mean, he was an amazing person, and he was a very complex person, and he was an Ashkenazi Jew, was born in Poland, but was part of the Black Panthers, the Israeli Black Panthers, and in the poster, it's really him. That's really the guy. And so I wanted to create like a character who was like this kind of Forrest Gump, an Israeli Forrest Gump who went into many stations of Zionism, of Israel, and to give him the honor that I think he would have liked that. Of course, it's not completely true, but this was the two leg of the two ales of not ales, what you said, wings of the film. So one is for my father, and another one is for the PTSD.
And when did the tractor come in?
The tractor is the beautiful, beautiful Macy Ferguson, which is the tractor on which I did my license, my driving license. Actually, this is the tractor from my kibbutz. And Israel is a small country. You know, if you make a road trip in Israel, you make it in 5 hours. So I had to come up with a way, a slower way. And it's also an homage to David Lynch, you know, the straight story. So it's in dialogue with that film, with the straight story in many, many ways. But yeah.
We saved you the question, because usually when we do this, someone in the crowd will ask about straight stories. So.
That was on a lawnmower, as I recall, or yeah, but still slow. Ben, tell us how you got involved and a little bit on your connection.
So we're friends for 20 years, and on Yona's first movie, The Dive, they got into some financial problems. So he called me. This is my other job. I'm working in tech, and ever since then, obviously. We're going together. And also the kid at the beginning of the movie, if you guys remember, the redhead, it's my son. So
nice. And of course, the lead is your brother,
yes.
Actually.
The lead is my brother. I like to work with him. He's a proper actor. He's really good looking. And I told him that he couldn't play the character. So I told him, you have to gain weight, which he did. He gained like 20 kilos, which is probably one of the best jokes I ever did, because he's still trying to take it off. No success. So the joke is really like a very, very long joke. But but honestly, he's one of the best actors, and I work with him all the time, and I wrote this part for him. And I like to work with friends. And the DOP, the director of photography, is a friend of mine from film school. The editor is from film school. The producer is from my film school. So I like to create like a small company of people that work together all the time, and it makes us because making film is really hard. Really hard. So if you fail together. If you win, you go drunk together. You go get drunk together. So. It's a win-win situation.
Seems like it could have been a fun environment, the set for this. Shmuel Vilozhny, of course, who plays the father, who's an Israeli legend in many ways, and this is a little bit of a change from his normal roles. How did you cast him? And he ended up winning the Israeli Academy Award for this.
Yeah, right? He won the Israeli Academy Award and also the Jerusalem Film Festival Actor Award. And yeah, he's like one of the fathers of the Israeli stand-up. He's one of the funniest person I know, and he just did a very amazing audition. And he also told me that even if he didn't get casted, so he would like to just do the making of the film. And then I knew he's in for sure. And he was the nicest and sweetest guy, and he's so talented, and he really looks like my father in many ways. My father looks really like him, the French accent and the beard and the glasses, and so he really depicted my father. He gave me a present, to bring back my father after so many years, for so long, for an hour and a half, and we'll be forever grateful. And he really wanted to come, but in the end he couldn't. But he loves New York.
And speaking of the casting, which I think everybody did a fabulous job on this. How did you audition for these roles? Did you have your brother audition? Was there?
No, my brother. It was for him. But I have another brother who is playing Uri, the Orthodox. So he's my second brother, and both of them acted in my first film. And the little one, Micha, who is playing Uri the Orthodox, so he wasn't supposed to really like acting. But after the first film, he really liked acting. So we had to come up with a role for him, basically. But honestly, it's just, when you write something, so life is hard enough as it is, to get by. So I try to write things that will help me cope with whatever demons I have. So this is the PTSD or losing my father. So it was a way to, to bring my family into it and to make the journey more
By the
meaningful.
way, his mom is also in the movie.
Yes.
In the scene with the lemons. So that's Yona's mom. And also the other brother, the fourth brother, is also
very
in the
cheap
movie.
producing. Very cheap producing.
Yeah, kibbutz production, a
Kibbutz
family
productions,
production.
exactly.
It's really, I get it. And Ben, where did you fit into the production part?
So again, father of Roy first. So the talent who didn't have any text in the movie, but no. First of all, friends. So we're all friends and family in a way. First movie was like that. This movie is like that as well. And I would say I'm Yona's secret consultant about issues and problematic. I would say different opinions that he's getting sometimes about scripts and that. So he knows he will always get the most honest opinion from me. I read the script for this movie 5-6 years ago. It blew my mind, and I think the result is even better than what I thought. So
I'm going to ask one last question, then I'll open it to questions from the audience. So please, if you have any, be a part of this conversation. But I have to ask about the shot at the end, the last shot of the film. I'm sure this is the question you get. This was a small budget film, and how that you took them underwater. That's all real.
We took
was it in Eilat.
It's in Eilat. It was really complex to do. We brought Shmuel Vilozhny. We couldn't get it because the boat is very deep. It's like 30 meters in Eilat. So we brought down Shmuel like 12 meters, which was like the deepest we could. And then I was the double of the father. So which made the directing of the scene much more complicated.
Don't ruin it for them. It was him.
It was him.
Yeah.
No, it was very difficult. It was very, very difficult. And we were supposed to dive 4 times to take the shot. And on the 3rd dive, we had a small accident in the deep. And then I told my brother, okay, we have enough. I'm not going. Let's go back. And then my brother said, just let me go back with the DOP, just me and him again. And so they went, just the 2 of them. Like we had some safety divers, but it's not the Hollywood production. If somebody dies, he dies. It's not like we can save him from this kind of depth. So, but I couldn't go. Like I had like a anxiety attack, and like we had like a bad dive there. And my genius brother, he just came all alone with him. And this is the shot you have there, he's crying, just saying goodbye to his real dad, because he looks so much like him. And then he gave me, the money shot where he's crying. You can see that he's really crying in the diving mask. And so he just did it because, he told me, this is on me. And so this is the good thing that you do when you have an actor who is as invested as you are in the project and can go the extra mile when you can't anymore, when you're just finished. Like you gave everything you could, and so it was very difficult. And the scene is very like it's this boat was part of the Cherbourg boats that was stolen from France. So there's many real stories behind, but it was hell. This scene took everything it could from me. But yeah.
Beautifully done. Folks, you must have some questions, and we'll pass the microphone around.
Thank you. I have a question. You mentioned having PTSD. Did filmmaking come after that, as like a result, or as a way to cope with that, or did that come before?
I always wanted, at the beginning, I wanted to be an actor. And I couldn't get into one of the acting schools. I went to audition with my friend Daniel, and he got in. I didn't. And then I always wanted to make films, and it already started back then. But then I got called for miluim, for reserve duty, and then it was in Gaza, so of course it wasn't great. And then I found myself suffering from like extreme PTSD just in the beginning of my film school, and that's the only films I could think of. And so for me, when I was writing my film, it was a way to deal with it and to heal myself. And I don't know if any of you are suffering from something, but writing about it and trying to make a film will make your life much easier. And it was, for me, it was really like healing in many, many ways.
But don't put any diving scenes into your movie because it'll just all come back. We have another question. No, let's pass the microphone.
Oh, sorry, it's for
Hold on,
ADA
sir.
compliance. Just one moment.
That was wonderful. I'm really curious about the scene with the heavy equipment.
Yeah, with the Palestinian.
Yes.
It was a road film. We made this film, of course, before October 7th. And it's a road film about Israel, going through all of Israel. So for me, it was important to show the Palestinians. And I didn't want to show the Palestinians in a way that they were. First of all, I'm Israeli. I don't like to pretend that I'm something else, but I had to come up with a way that will depict them. And I found this place with all those huge tractors laying in the desert. And so for me, it was a way to depict them of people who are waiting for something good to happen. All the promises that were made during Yitzhak Rabin's time, peace will come. There will be that train to Jordan, And so all the peace, and also that it's the first place on the film that the protagonist Ben sees somebody's pain for the first time, and then he comes back and he will help his father. So this is the turning point. This is the pivot of the film, and so for me it was like to try to portray the Palestinians, but in a hopeful way, because nowadays everything is so black and white. You're either Ashkenazi or Sepharad or whatever, but you can be anything. You can be much more complex. You can be like my father, you can be a leftist, a Holocaust survivor, but you can try to help the Palestinian state, and you can be for the Sepharad, you can fight for, you can be many, many things. You don't have to be just black or white, So for me, it was a way to try and find a way to make complex sentences, if you want, or cinematic sentences about life, and I like the existential idea, of what are we doing here, and so he's telling Ben, your life is going to end soon. What are you doing with this woman that you don't love? What are you doing with, think about your life, and it's in many ways he's telling the protagonist what he already thinks. This is why they also make the same joke together about the koala, which is the Monty Python, if you remember. So they find a way to connect, and they find it through humor and absurdity, and I like absurdity. I think absurdity is the highest level of art, because you really find the humanity inside of it. So this is the basic idea that it was.
I saw a question up on top. There she is, Caroline, right below you.
It's not really a question. It's just I found it so poignant and also so comic, and I think it's because of the absurdity that you're giving voice to. It was very moving and absurd and quirky in the best way, really. So even though you say that it comes from PTSD, there was a levity to the story that was a nice balance. Not a question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're going to permit that one.
Yes,
We're going to take one last
statements are
question.
always better than questions, by the way.
One last
so feel
question
free.
down here.
What was the connection with the Black Panthers?
The Black Panthers. There was
Your
also
father's connection.
Yeah, the Black Panthers were like were a movement in. Yeah. My father was on the poster, on the real poster of the Black Panther. This is the real poster. This is the most famous poster if you open an education book. Yes, he was involved with them. He fought for them. He was one of the demonstrators. And he was a bit dark-skinned, so they thought he was probably Moroccan or something, but he's Polish. So they put him on the poster.
Folks, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're out of time because we have another film starting here at 7:30.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you,
Yona.
Isaac and Caroline and the whole festival for
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the closing night of the Israel Film Center Festival. I'm Isaac Zablocki. Thank you. Thank you. I'm assuming you're applauding the festival and not me. I am the director of the Carole Zabar Center for Film here at the Marlene Meyerson JCC Manhattan. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Who's been here for other screenings this week? Oh, wonderful. And you came back. Good. That's always a good sign. Thank you for joining us. Thank you really to our audiences for being a part of this week and taking a part and sometimes asking the best questions. I want to give a big thank you to all of our partners who have been a part of this week. For this screening specifically, AICF, the America Israel Cultural Foundation. Thank you so much. Lauren's not even listening as I'm giving her organization a plug. Tell her later. I want to give the biggest thank you to the amazing Film Center team here. They did everything. They make this happen in so many ways that you can't believe, and really are living and breathing this whole program. And I couldn't be more lucky to work with such amazing people. Juliet Kleitz, who's here. Caroline Calandro, who's here. I finally pronounced her name correctly. Sarah Rosen. Ryan Botita took your tickets outside. Our amazing AV team, Sam's in the box office, Sam Brunswick. And many more here at the JCC, the entire institution and our leadership who helped make this possible and allow us to bring this festival. We had folks, our security is here. Thank you to Sean, who gave us great security this week, even though we didn't need it. We celebrated Israeli cinema here this week. We reminded people that Israel goes beyond the headlines, and there's stories, there's nuance, there's contradictions, there's love, there's family, there's really a whole world. Most importantly, there's creativity. Every film was more creative than the next, and that brings me to tonight's film. We're really proud to present here this is the American premiere, right, of, or close to it, of Milky Way by Maya Kenning, and we're really proud to have Maya with us here tonight. We've had some of her past films, but this one really is another film that just shows Israel's creativity as it takes a story that is such a, in some ways, I think a little bit of a criticism of Israeli society and a look deep into Israeli society, maybe a satire of Israeli society, and at the same time shows the detail and the love from within. It's a story of motherhood. It's a little bit of a futuristic story, one might say, but I think it's very much in the now, and especially at this moment, I think thinking about motherhood in Israel is something that couldn't be emphasized enough. After the screening, Maya's going to be in conversation with Caroline Calandro here, and please stay for the Q&A and be a part of that conversation as well. For now, please silence your cell phones. Keep your phones in your pockets and don't text anyone till after the screening, please. And please join us also. We do films year-round. I'll highlight that last year during our Israel Film Center Festival, we screened the film June 0. That's having finally a release. It was supposed to be released in October. They decided to postpone till June, and it's having a release end of June, and we're going to be hosting here multiple screenings. So tell your friends, join us, and thank you so much. Enjoy the film.
Hello. Hello, everybody. So excited to have this conversation on the eve of Shavuot, the Milky Way. It's a good little tongue-in-cheek. Thank you, Isaac, for that scheduling. Very excited to welcome up Maya Koenig, director of the film, for the conversation. I'll pick it up. There's so much to talk about with this film. There's so much to talk about around gender, class, capitalism, so many things to talk about. But I know that the pressure is very intense on women in Israel to have children, to have the perfect family. We have women in this film who are struggling with that and are not sure about their role as mothers, or at least have felt forced into it a bit. Would you talk a little bit about that choice and why you were so excited to make this film?
Yeah. Sorry, it's very overwhelming for me, this situation right now. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very intense thing in Israel. Like there is, like you said, a lot of pressure on women. I think there's always this the expectation of you to be. I don't know if it's just. I guess it's everywhere, but in Israel it's very strong. This need to be, to raise a family, to be this perfect mom, and I think I had to do this film because I felt there was a big gap between what's expected of you and how women present themselves, and how they really feel inside their homes and inside. Even not their homes, even they hide it from their family members many times. It's just inside themselves. And stuff that I felt, stuff that a lot of women around me felt. And that's it, more or less.
Definitely. It seems like there is sort of a loss of identity in some ways for some of the women that they feel. Can you talk a little about that? I feel like there were some pieces through. There was like a chest bump moment, which I thought was really interesting. That kind of is jarring for the audience. Can you talk a little bit about that and about what that was signifying at the time?
Yeah, I mean, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
And if I'm mixing the two, then we can separate them. But I was asking first about the loss of identity that the woman seemed
the loss
to be
of
feeling.
identity. No, the chest pump was threw me away. It threw me back away.
That was projected.
Yeah, definitely. There's this. I mean, so many men and women, especially, I mean, suddenly, like you were this person, and then suddenly you become mom, and I think a mother, and it overtakes you completely, and you don't know anymore who you are and who you were before, and you're trying to. I think this film, I tried to talk about this very first time of bringing a child into the world, and when you try to kind of synchronize between your previous identity and your new identity. And this time, some people, it takes like years, and in this film, I try to like compress it into like a few months, very intense few months where you go through this tunnel, and at the end it's kind of synchronized, and it's kind of comes together, and you make peace between your new self, I guess. And I mean, it's a process you keep doing all your life. Now that I have an 18-year-old girl who's right here, she's I still, it always changes form, but that's something you always have to deal with.
Has she seen the film before?
No, it's her first time.
Wow. Welcome.
Sorry to embarrass you.
It was really beautiful to see. I'm not a mother, but I obviously have many mothers in my life, and it was really beautiful to see, even though there was that loss of identity, see the women come together, even from different backgrounds and some maybe head-to-head backgrounds at the time, and find community, find that themselves, I guess, through their bond. Mm-hmm. That was really beautiful.
That's something very strong, I think, that really we kind of miss each woman, like this red tent, I guess, where all the women gather and they just want to be together, and that's their comfort, and that's part of, it was obvious for me that had to also be presented in the film, how women gain power and they go through this thanks to other women who help them and take them forward.
Definitely. I noticed, I don't know if this is related, I noticed some patterns in the clothing, the wardrobe, the colors that were chosen for each of the characters. Would you talk a little bit more about that and the choices behind that?
I guess the colors, it was obvious for us that we wanted this specific lilac color for all the pumping ladies. I don't know, it was just intuitive, I think. It wasn't, I don't think there was anything like, what's the word?
Intention behind
it. Not intent. Yeah, I mean, it felt right to put the women taking care of the babies in like yellow, kind of yellowish, not yellow but mustard color, because I don't know, they are done. They're like, I don't really know. I can't rationalize it completely. It felt right.
Definitely.
And
I noticed that the women at home were wearing very like neutral kind of beige colors, like very simple. And then we have Tala, who's like always decked out and wearing all different colors. And I didn't know if there was something there, but that, I guess it just furthers the storyline, so that totally makes sense.
That's part of her, like her identity, like we were saying, like trying to keep her still with her old clothes and trying to still be what she used to be.
Definitely. And she very much breaks from tradition. Actually, both of the main characters do very much break from tradition of what the classic family structure looks like or what women do in the home. Can you talk a little bit more about that and your choices with those characters specifically?
I guess you mean with Nili and Tala?
With Nili and Tala, yes.
I just I wanted to talk about a woman who is a woman who deals with it, like who chooses to do it by herself. Like it's not like someone knocked her up and now she's stuck with it. She decided to do it, to go for it. I thought it was like an interesting. I thought it was interesting to look at a woman who does it by her choice, and to see how she's dealing with, trying to deal with raising a kid by herself with the help of her mom, and I mean, and Neely's character, I think, I just wanted to show the a reflection, like an opposite picture of a woman married and being in this conventional sort of structure, and how both of them are not really finding themselves, I guess, and how it doesn't necessarily work. Like it's not working completely in any structure.
That makes, and Hila Ruach did an incredible job in that role. She really,
I agree,
embodied Tala. Can you talk more about how she was cast and that choice that you made?
Yeah, so Hila Ruach, I don't know if you know, but she's like really an indie singer. Like she's quite famous in Israel, and she's a singer. She's not really an actress. I mean, she acted in a short film, and I think she's incredible here, and she's an incredible actress. But it wasn't like an obvious choice. My producers, for example, they didn't want me to take her because they were worried. It's like such a big role, and there's not one scene in the film where she's not appearing, and it was a risk to take someone who's so inexperienced. But I really met so many actresses who were amazing too, but I felt like I could really believe that this story could happen to her. Like
she sold it for me. She sold it for me.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, I felt like I'm watching the character I wrote, like she's, and also I think, so I did so many auditions to her. I mean, I met her so many different times and I had to like apologize to her because I kept telling her, yes, it's you, and then no, I'm sorry, I can't take you because everybody's worried. But then eventually we did it, and I'm so happy. And what I also wanted to say is that because I think I took her also because I really like her music and her performance. Like she has so much charisma, and really eventually she wrote the music with other partners, but she's really a big part of the film. So it was like a really right choice, I think.
She fit very, very well. I think we're going to go over to questions. We have someone up in the back, or so. Sorry, we're down here.
We'll start down here.
We'll start with her daughter. Perfect.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Her daughter.
Misread.
First, can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, Ahavti Haseret, Harbe, which means, for those who don't speak Hebrew, I love the film a lot. And I thought that the lead actress was amazing and that the direction was perfect. I wanted to say that I think that pressure on women, especially working women, to try to juggle everything is really strong, not just in Israel, but being a Jewish woman, child of survivors, I wondered if you think that our background and the reason for the state of Israel is something that even puts more pressure on women to, number one, procreate, and number two, to raise strong, perfect children to make up for the past.
Everybody heard the question? I think so. I mean, I'm sure it affects, like there's always this demographic race in Israel, where we have to be many and to ligvor, yeah, to overcome the enemy, and so, and yeah, we have to be strong. We have to, sure, I mean, we have to be strong because otherwise we'll be destroyed. So it is part of the pressure for sure.
We have another question over here.
Yeah. First of all, I think only in Israel can there be such a creative, original story. I don't think we have any American films that are just so creative and talk about the society. So thank you. I'd like to know what in your own personal life resonated with any of the characters that you wrote or the story?
So many things of my life resonated. Like, I can find myself in each character. I mean, for sure, Tala, the main character, where, I was this young girl and having fun and going to parties, and suddenly I have a baby and I have to take care of her, and I don't know how to do it, and I feel like I'm ruining her life. And why did I do it? And I mean, not all the time, of course. I mean, I love her. I was crazy about her from the very first moment, but I had to deal with stuff like that. And the rich woman, I feel like also like all this hysteria about, am I doing the right thing? Always worrying, maybe I'm not giving her the right food, maybe I'm not. That kind of stuff, and also the story about this woman who one of the girls from the factory who is her baby was taken from her, if you remember from. So that was like a story running in my family about this. Relative who her child was taken away from her because she had her own romance with someone, and many stories like that. That everything got into the film.
And I saw it was dedicated to your mother as well. That was a nice full circle. Is there any inspiration there?
Yeah, of course. I mean, my mom, she passed away 7 years ago, and I was very close to her, and we had all kinds of ups and downs, and that's something that also resonates a lot with my life, which, like, she was alone many years. Like, I mean, she got divorced from my dad, and then from the other man she was with, and like many years she was alone, and she was always like working hard and struggling, and she was very much a mom, like in all her being, and was really what defined her. Like, she was, we her kids were the most important thing for her. So she's in every frame here. Like, I always, every day I think of her, and I think of her motherhood and me as a mother, and how she helped me also raise my baby when she just arrived.
We have a question up here.
Thank you for sharing and for this incredible movie. And I love these Q&As. They really add a lot of meaning to every movie I've seen here. So there seems to be a lot of commentary on the world that we live in this movie. As a man, I'm sure I'm missing a lot of points. But you created what seems to me a fantastical world. So there's even a point in the movie, at least many, I should say, where I was like, where is this going? How did you come to develop this specific storyline? It was so interesting and wonderful.
It was a very hard work, actually, like, because I had this idea about the factory, the milk factory, and I thought, wow, that's an incredible idea. I have to make a film like that. I mean, first I looked for a film about that, and I couldn't find it, and I said, okay, I have to make it. And then I thought, okay, but it's a good idea, but it's always so hard to live up to a good idea, because you build this world, but then what next? And really, it took me time, a lot of time and a lot of hard brain work to think what do I really want to talk about? Because, okay, it's a cool idea, but what is really interesting for me and really resonates, as you said, to my life and to my being, and was definitely about motherhood and about class differences and what happens when two women from different classes who are deal with similar problem, what happens when they meet. I always knew that I have to make them meet, the two women, and to see what happens. And yeah, it was a very big challenge to always just to think of how they meet. I mean, how do you make them meet? That was you have to invent this whole storyline. It was with a lot of help too, like writing and rewriting and letting people read, and always thinking what. I always wanted it to be non-realistic but realistic, that everything would be possible. Like it's not. I didn't want it to be like implausible. I wanted it to be okay. It doesn't exist, but it could have been. It could have existed.
We'll take our last question up here.
Thank you. That was different. I can't say that I liked it. I have absolutely trouble relating to the characters and the whole idea. I know I've seen young women that have trouble adapting to being a mother, but it's so foreign from my own experience. And also, I just had a question. Don't they have La Leche League in Israel?
Don't they have what?
La Leche League. La Leche League is a breastfeeding organization.
Yeah, they have it, sure.
Yeah, so I thought that might be in there somewhere. But anyway, it's different. It's good that you've let this character be expressed.
We'll take one more question. Is there anybody right here? Okay, Juliet, you got it.
We have a question here.
But what was the question, actually? If they had La Leche? Yeah, we have it, but it's...
I hope mine's okay.
It's...
Last one. Just curious if we are to imagine at the end that she does get back together with, is it Oded, the father of the baby? Just wondering how to think about that.
I didn't want it to feel like they are gonna be together again. I mean, I just wanted it to be clear that I didn't want it to be like a men-hating film, like all men are. No, once he realized his father, it took him a moment to adjust to the idea. But then I did want it to be clear that they're not going to live happily ever after, but he's going to be in the picture, and he's not like he is taking responsibility, and he's going to be a part. And I really didn't want to. It was also a big argument between me and the producers, because they really were worried that it would look like they are now going to be a couple, and it's a really sweet, happy end. And I told them, no, I think it's obvious that it's not the vibe. I mean, that they're just going to be friends, and he's going to be around, and he's going to he's going to know his baby. And isn't it clear that it's, you were wondering?
I thought so, yes.
Yeah.
Happy ending, running, which I thought was good.
Yeah.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Wait, ma'am, hold on one second, ma'am. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Take your seat. I want to give a huge thank you, first of all, to Maya Koenig, to Caroline Calandro for moderating this. I have to say, in the tone of that ending, yes, I mean, like, just like the last line, it's not like, yes, we lived happily ever after, yes, no, I'm not thinking about it anymore. I'm dealing with, with with being a mom. It's really, I think, a very honest film about parenthood and modern parenthood in Israel specifically. Folks, thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you all. We'll see you soon. Join us for more. Have a